Hello,
Hello,
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm ready for a exciting
Evening.
meeting.
Yes, I've been waiting all week.
Remember, remember, everybody can hear you on YouTube.
Okay.
Yes. Well, then they'll find out how nice I am. Hello to the YouTube world.
Well, Pam, I got 5:30. Where's your city council?
They're here. You have enough.
I see three of us. Is there more? Am I missing somebody?
See, I see.
Oh, I see Ben and my. Okay, all right. I didn't have my full screen on. Okay, it looks like we're ready to go, huh?
5:34. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. I'm going to do a roll call. Vice Mayor Bates. Absent. Councilmember Choi.
Here.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Myrick.
Here.
Councilmember Willis. Absent, and Mayor Butt.
Here.
Okay.
By the way, this is the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Do you have any public comment?
Yes, just let me make this announcement real quick.
Oh, okay.
If you would like to make it a public comment on any of the following items the council will discuss in closed session, please raise your hand now. And to comment by video, click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raise hand button. And to comment by phone, press the star key and then the 9. After all the items have been read into the record, the request to speak period will be closed. The council will discuss the following items during closed session: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, if there's one case; conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SCIU Local 1021 full-time unit, SCIU Local 1021 part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21 executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. Then we have conference with real property negotiators. The property is Terminal 3. Agency negotiators will be Stephen Falk and Jim Azorkis. Negotiating parties, Terminal 3 partners. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. And it looks like we have 2 individuals that would like to comment. We'll turn it over to Jess Worrell.
Okay, I have Jim Hansen on the line. Jim, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. And I'm commenting on the Terminal 3 item. Since June, there have been requests to make the plans for the port available to the public, including the details of the competitive bid process, which does not appear to happen. I'm going to request that the council, because of the serious financial implications this could have for the city long term, and we don't have to go over the financial situation, that the council delay this item and allow a new council to deal with it. There have been too many non-standard practices associated with the current clients involved with this, Winston, Nematode Holdings, and Orton Development, who in the former has gotten exclusive property rights along the port, along the shoreline on city property. And The Orton development was, of course, as you recall, given somehow privy to closed session information on the Point Mulati settlement agreement, which, if you're a business, has certain financial advantages. And as it turns out, they are now a partner on Point Mulati. I think there's too many concerns. I think the council should not touch this and forward this to give the council an opportunity to plan fiscally responsible use of port property, which includes a active competitive bidding process for the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll move on to the next speaker. Please state your name. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Tom Lyons. I'm a Richmond resident and a small business owner. And I am speaking on behalf of the Richmond Fire Department. Over the last 3 years of opening our business, we've become close with the community organizations, and in particular, the Station 66, that's just a half a block away. And they gave us a call this week, letting us know of possible cuts to the overall Richmond Fire Department that would effectively affect our neighborhood fire station. And so I just wanted to put some concerns out there from local businesses in that area, as well as neighbors and organizations. We've been open for 2 months since the first week in August, and since then we've had to rely on calling 911 3 times for various reasons: heat stroke, an elderly client falling, and within minutes we had the services there. And so for the safety of our clients and our staff, we're asking the council to look deeper to see if there are other cuts that can be made. Again, as business owners within a pandemic, we realize the budget constraints and the challenges, but we feel that the fire department in particular, in the middle of a pandemic and in the most deadly or the most destructive fire season in California history, is not the place to look for those cuts. And I will yield my 22 seconds left. Thank you.
And that was the last public speaker.
Okay, so we are adjourned to closed session.
Is Rico there?
Richard, can you let Sharice in?
Yeah, I already talked to her. She's muted right now. She's only going by on phone. You need to talk to her right now?
No, I just wanted to make sure she got let into as a panelist.
Unfortunately, as a phone caller, she cannot be let in as a panelist, so we just have to open her microphone.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Hey, baby, open session. I'm ready.
Councilmember Martinez, are you there? I don't see you in your picture. Are you present? There
I
he
am
is.
here.
Okay, we do have a quorum. Are you ready to go, Madam Clerk?
Yes, the time is 6:58, 6:59, sorry.
Okay, the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council is now convened. Call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates? Absent. Councilmember Choi?
Here.
Councilmember Johnson?
Present.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember Myrick?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
Oh, okay. And Mayor Butt?
I hear.
Next on the agenda is item B, Statement of Conflict of Interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Item C is agenda review. We do have a request by Vice Mayor Bates to remove item G7 and a request from the public to remove item G10 from the consent calendar for discussion at the end of the agenda. Are there any other items to be removed?
Yeah, I'm gonna continue item G18 for 2 weeks.
G18?
Yeah, I'm gonna continue it for 2 weeks.
Okay. G18 is on the consent calendar.
Right, I know. I'm gonna continue it.
Okay, and that is a public works item.
So it's a city attorney item.
That
No,
was
it is.
G19.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant G19. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. And that is for 2 weeks. That would be to November 10th, or is that for the October 27th? That's a study session.
Well, 2 weeks would be, 2 weeks would put it into November.
Yeah, our first meeting in November is on the 10th.
I know, that's what I'm gonna continue it to.
Okay. Are there any other changes? Okay, anyone may make an oral comment, even if written comment has previously been submitted. However, each speaker may only raise their hand once to make one oral public comment per agenda item. As we move through the agenda, I will announce the next item number and ask individuals who would like to address the council to raise their hand. After the item is read into the record, the request to speak period on the item will be closed. We will be holding open forum very shortly, so individuals who would like to address the council under open forum should raise their hand now. And to comment by video conference, click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raise hand button. And to comment by phone, press the *9. And please remember that if an item was not removed from consent, then you may comment under open forum. But if there's an individual item on the agenda, please wait for that item to be called before you raise your hand. Okay, next item on the agenda is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have no report this evening. Thank you.
Item E is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have nothing to report this evening other than to say hello, and it's good to be back with you and the citizens of Richmond. I'm glad to be here.
Okay, now we're moving to open forum. Each speaker shall be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council on matters not on the agenda or items remaining on the consent calendar. We have a total of 14 speakers, and now we're going to turn it over to Jesua.
Okay, the first speaker is a phone number ending in 5128. Please state your name. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello, Carolyn Connery, Richmond Fire Department. I'm speaking in response to the proposal by City Council to cut 25% of the fire department resources available each day to respond to citizens as of November 1st. We don't just provide public safety, we provide economic security. We provide people the security to know, especially during this pandemic, that when they wake up in the morning, they have a job to go to because the business didn't burn down overnight. We provide people the security to know their 91-year-old mother can age in place in her home because should she slip out of bed, we'll be there within minutes. When we cut fire department resources, more homes burn down, more businesses burn down, jobs are lost, and we lose the engine that drives economic activity in the city. Economists say that every business dollar lost costs $6 in downstream economic activity. I know the goal of this decision is to save critical services like libraries, parks, and other services that citizens pay for and deserve. The reality is that the fire department provides the security that makes those services possible. I and the other members of the Richmond Fire Department consider it an honor to protect this community. The citizens expect, deserve, and pay for the security that we provide. Please don't take our fire engines from us and let us do our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker. Please state your name. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Luis Padilla, President, Richmond Firefighters Local 188. It's amazing to me how the city has no regard for the residents or the firefighters. You are shamefully deceiving the residents with this fraudulent fiscal emergency. By closing 2 companies, you're putting residents and us in danger. The level of incompetence is alarming, and the residents of Richmond need to know. You claim a fiscal crisis, yet tonight you are going to approve a $35,000 contract for an interim city manager for 1 month's work. Don't we have 2 assistant city managers? Can't they step in for a month during the fiscal emergency? You are also paying the outgoing HR director until the end of the fiscal year. That's 2 HR directors we're paying for, and you're all okay with this. Local 188 wants the residents to know that we need new leadership. We will not support any incumbent council member that is comfortable putting its residents and firefighters' lives in danger. Standards & Poor's, along with other financial analysis, have looked at our financials and have identified this as a manufactured structural imbalance. You are all a disgrace to our democracy, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Baird. Deborah, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Deborah? Hello.
Sorry about that. I didn't know I had to unmute. I sent a letter to the council about this, and I didn't expect any answer back, and I didn't get one answer back, but I do want to bring this in front of the public. You guys, the city clerk everybody has been doing a great job with the council meetings and the technology behind the council meetings, and to make them public and to let us have, within the limitations of technology, a chance to speak and to weigh in. But recently the council changed its procedures, and I'm not sure why, so that it's already hard enough to get on. Like I was having a hard time logging on earlier while you were in closed session. Okay, it's hard enough to log on, but then you have to raise your hand after the items, mentioned and before you finish reading it. So sometimes that's a really small amount of time, and the city recognizes that because on their website they said, in case we cannot guarantee that you'll get on to speak, so you better write a letter. But if you write a letter, and then it will get posted, but most people don't read the minutes and don't read the letters that came along the minutes. But more people watch a council meeting and listen to what people say. But if you can't get on, or you think, well, okay, I'll write a letter instead, like the city advised me to, that letter is no longer read at the time during the council meeting. It's just summarized. So instead of somebody's impassioned reason why the library services shouldn't be cut, you'll say 25 letters in favor of preserving library jobs or something. And it loses a lot. I think it really, you should go back. If there's a template letter that every letter you get 40 letters, everyone the same, please only read one and say there's 39 other people. But if people have taken the time to write their own letters, please read those letters into the city council so we can hear.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Deborah. My next speaker is Joshua Tate. Joshua, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Tate. I am a proud member of the Richmond Fire Department, Local 188, and I am not in support of the closing of any fire companies. I work at Fire Station 66, which is located at 41st and Clinton Ave. We are the first responding engine to the amazing residents of the North and East Richmond, and even have beautiful Wildcat Canyon in our district. But where I see beauty, I also see fire fuel. In 2017, I went to the Tubbs Fire in Santa Rosa, and I walked through the ashes that once was Coffee Park and surrounding areas. This is not what I want for our city and the amazing residents we serve. But if you cut fire companies, this will be Richmond's reality. Engine 66 with a small brush unit are first on scene to control dozens and dozens of these small and large fires in that area and surrounding areas. With that station shut down and the next company several minutes away, it gives those small fires time to grow and spread. Unfortunately, the beautiful homes on Park Ave and other areas surrounding Wildcat Canyon have a much higher chance of burning to rubble. We have had some of the worst fire seasons in California's history, with whole towns burning down. I take pride in stopping those fires before they can grow into the ones you have seen on the news for the last few months, with ash covering our cars and blood red skies. I beg you, do not put the residents and their properties at risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. My next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. As you know, for the past several years, I have been a staunch advocate for the community regarding Veolia. Tonight, I would like to make 3 requests and questions regarding them. I was informed by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District that Veolia will be finalizing their subcontractor rebidding by December of this year. Given the issues that were brought to the public's attention in July with both Bayhawk and W.R. Ford, can you please clarify if these 2 subcontractors will be removed from the pre-qualified list and forbidden from future contracts? Number 2, does the city have the right to review and approve Veolia's subcontractor list and remove some from the pre-qualified list as well as future contracts? Lastly, once again, the community is being subjected to chronic dysfunction at Veolia and stench. It is unclear that there may be some issues, it is clear that there may be some issues at the plant that are beyond their control. For example, there is now some mysterious black water with a metallic stench to it that has been introduced, as well as phenol. The sources of both of these, to my knowledge, are still unknown. However, there are still issues that do appear to be well within their control and are not being maintained and managed well. So once again, I'm going to please ask you to put out an RFP to try and find another vendor to manage. It is simply unacceptable to tell the public that there is nobody else, that EBMUD is not a possibility when you have not shown the public that you have put out an RFP and that we have heard from them. So please, please, please help the community. We're suffering over here. The stench is unbearable. And we need your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Zach Jensen. Zach, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Zach Jensen. I'm a Richmond resident and I'm a firefighter in a neighboring jurisdiction. I was just informed about the proposed cuts to the fire department, and I just want to talk about what a terrible idea I think that is. This is a health equity issue. We are living in Richmond and West County currently in a healthcare desert. We've had 3 hospitals and their emergency rooms closed in the last few decades, including doctors. And maybe, I'm not sure if you know this or not, but AMR, the contracted 911 agency, now only provides 1 paramedic instead of 2 on calls, which means only 1 paramedic is responding along with the EMTs of the fire department. For many people in the city, 911 is the great equalizer in the face of all that, because it's their only gateway into the healthcare system. When they call, the fire department arrives with 3 EMTs within 5 minutes upon dispatch. That's at least something that this historically underserved community can count on every day, while other services are being cut. Don't make this be part of that. In addition, there is nothing that distinguishes Richmond from these other communities that have been burning down all summer. It will happen here. There are many fires which you don't hear about that are stopped in the incipient phase. The last thing you want to do is put firefighters in a position to have to triage your cul-de-sac to make sure your homes don't burn down. Do not make them rely on Highway 80 as a fire break because they don't have the equipment and resources they need. You are literally playing with fire when you're talking about doing this. I strongly, strongly urge you to reconsider. It's a public health, safety, equity issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marcus. Marcus, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Marcus Shmooey, Richmond Fire, Local 188. I'm one of the many union members that's here that's from this city. The reason why I got into this department is because my house caught on fire back in 2009, 118 2nd Street. During that time, luckily, fire trucks were nearby to help save my little sister and my little brother. Had that not been the case, they may have not been here today. Our department runs the most fires in this county. At the very least, this city council should be advocating for more firefighters and more fire stations. Instead, you're letting an outside influence determine what level of services my citizens and my community gets. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what a fire truck does on a scene? Do you know the impact that closing a fire station is going to have to this community? I'll answer it for you. You don't know. You're ill-advised and uneducated on this subject. I highly advise you to educate yourself on what will happen. If a fire station is closed down, that's going to increase our response time. What does that mean? That means it's going to take us longer to get there. That means maybe my little sister maybe not been here today. That means maybe the little girl we saved last year that my captain pulled out of a burning building may have not been here. So I'm highly advising you to educate yourself on this. And if not, you better be prepared to tell the public, tell my family, tell my community, and tell the district that you're running for why they don't have a fire station, why we are not there.
Thank you. My next speaker is Tom Phelps. Tom, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, council. My name is Tom Phelps. I'm a captain in the Richmond Fire Department at Station 66 and Local 188's business agent. You are on the verge of making an extremely dangerous decision for the residents of Richmond. Closing 2 fire companies would be a huge mistake with record wildfires and a global pandemic going on. Not one representative from the city has approached us to ask how that would affect the residents or us. Our call volume has gone up 1,000 calls a year for each of the last 4 years. That's a 4,000 call increase. Additionally, with the housing developments going in all over the city, the population is increasing and going to continue to increase our call volume. The homeless population continues to grow and generates numerous calls. The truth that you need to understand and the residents need to understand is when your house is on fire, when a loved one has a medical emergency, when a wildfire starts, when there's a hazardous material event, or when Chevron burns and you call 911, your residents will be waiting. They will be waiting during the scariest time of their life. And let me remind you that you direct the actions of the city manager, not the other way around. And you are responsible for the safety of the residents. The last time you cut staffing, residents died, and it will happen again. When it happens again, that will be on you. The way to cut overtime is to properly staff us, not cut us. Thank you. I yield the remainder.
Thank you. My next speaker is Mark Cisneros. Mark, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Mark?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Hello, Mayor Butt and City Council. My name is Mark Cisneros. I'm a resident of Richmond. I've been so all my life. Full disclosure, I'm also a retired firefighter from our city after 30 years of service. I'm here tonight to urge you not to close firehouses and fire companies. Response times for the fire department will suffer greatly. The wait time for the citizens will increase to unacceptable levels. In cases of life and death, seconds matter. When it comes to the spread of fire, seconds matter. Also, you should consider the potential powder keg of looming civil unrest in our country today. This reduction in emergency response when we need it the most could be devastating to our community. This proposal eliminates 25% of the daily available fire companies, 25%. That is far too much of a reduction during normal times, much less in these uncertain times that we find ourselves. How can this monstrous cuts in staffing be justified to the citizens? What will you say to them should they lose their home or business as a result of a fire? Who will take responsibility if there is a loss of life directly attributable to delayed response times? Please consider other alternatives. You have options. What about the $15 million in the reserve fund? Isn't the impact of a once-in-a-century pandemic a good reason to dip into those funds? And if not, please tell the public for what you are saving that money for. And how has the federal government's CARE Act money been used? What portion of that has gone to keeping the fire department's capabilities up to the task at hand? The question also begs, what are you asking of other departments in the city? Comparatively, are these departments handcuffed as severely as what's being proposed here to the fire department? I urge you to reject this ill-conceived plan that reduces emergency service in the city of Richmond. Thank you for listening. Stay safe and wear your mask.
Thank you. My next speaker is the phone caller ending in 8896. Please state your name. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Nick Bartesh, and I'm a fire captain in the city of Richmond. If it's predictable, it's preventable. In recommending a daily staffing reduction of 2 companies and 25% reduction of fire service, this city council is playing Russian roulette with the lives and property of the citizens of Richmond, all to save a buck. The city of Richmond is not exempt from the devastating and deadly effects of wildfire like we've seen throughout the state. This year has seen the most acreage burned in a single fire season on record in California, and it's not over. Let me remind you, on October 19th, 1991, the Oakland Hills fire burned over 1,500 acres, destroyed over 3,000 homes, and killed 25 people, with an economic loss of $1.5 billion. On September 22nd, 1970, the Fish Fire in the East Bay Hills destroyed 36 homes and damaged 37 more in a matter of 70 minutes. And at 2 p.m. on December 2nd, 1980, from this city's own Wildcat Canyon, 5 ridgetop homes were lost when a wind-driven fire raced up the hills. One firefighter was quoted as saying, The blaze, fed by thick underbrush and tree debris, was so hot and fast that homes literally exploded. As was mentioned earlier tonight, Highway 80 is not a sufficient fire break from the flats to the city of Richmond burning as well. Reducing the city's already understaffed and under-equipped fire department is placing the lives and property directly onto the conscience of this city council, period. Richmond residents deserve a fire department that is adequately staffed and prepared for this predictable emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Vinay Pimple. Vinay, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Vinay? Hello? Vinay?
Hello. So here are the things I want the city council to really consider. You know, we are going to have more and more global warming issues. That means fires of this type that were described right now are going to become more of a phenomenon. They could spread a lot faster. But the other thing is firefighters are the first people on the scene if somebody has a heart attack or a massive stroke. When we add minutes to the response of the firefighters, more minutes equals more deaths. There are no two ways about it. Whether it be from fire or whether it be from heart attacks or whether it be from massive strokes, where the patient won't be able to recover because of the stoppage of oxygen supply to the brain. And the other thing that really concerns me is that this city council has refused to conduct an audit. You have not bothered to find out which departments can sustain cuts without dramatic cuts to services. You are simply picking the services to cut. And the services to cut you're picking are services that place jobs from your favorite unions ahead of the lives of our seniors and ahead of the lives of victims of fire. This is not acceptable, and I really hope that you rethink this. Thank you.
Thank you. My next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. We're now facing the consequences of having to cut services because of our budget problems. And a great case can be made for maintaining the level of the fire department. And in fact, a great case can be made for every one of the services that the city has provided. What we're doing now is not only cutting to the bone, we're cutting into the bone. And we're beginning to see it. And this is one of the first things that comes up. I'm not arguing against any of the arguments that have been made by the previous speaker. But it's a problem that's not going to be solved simply by trying to pit fire against safety and against libraries, against parks, against roads. We need all of these things. So the main thing we have to do is take seriously increasing revenues for the city so that we can afford to pay for them. And those revenues right now, the opportunities for those revenues right now are in Proposition 15 on a statewide level, and Measure U, the city measure put on the ballot, which will shift a very, very unfair business tax that's across the board, flat rate, to one that's progressive and has the big companies, which use more of these services, pay more. I want to note that the fire unit, the fire union is supporting Measure U, but for some reason they are supporting candidates who do not support Measure U. Go figure. I think it's time that we in the city acknowledge that we can't just wait for more revenue to come. We have to go out and we have to campaign for it, and we have to explain to people why we need these two measures. Vote yes on Prop 15 and vote yes on Measure U in order to keep our fire services and to keep our libraries and our parks and our roads. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Okay, let's move to the next item then. Which is going to be the,
I do have 2 comments to read into the record under open forum. We received two comments, and they state the city of Richmond has formally proposed reducing the fire department staffing from 8 companies to 6, cutting the only fully staffed truck and putting an additional company on a rotating closure. Proposed station cuts will disproportionately impact disenfranchised neighborhoods in District 5. Call volume has increased approximately 1,000 calls per year for a total of 4,000 calls. With the proposed cuts and increased calls, their response time to an emergency could be significantly delayed. Firefighters work through COVID-19, putting themselves and their families at risk. Fire department is being asked to take hugely disproportionate cuts compared to all other city employees and or departments. The safety of the residents and firefighters are at risk. They are urging the city leaders to find budget cuts that make better sense for our community. And those are the final comments under open forum.
okay, that takes us to the consent calendar, right?
Yes, we need a motion to approve the consent calendar excluding item G7, G10, and G19.
So move.
What was the second one?
G7, G10, and G19.
G10. Okay.
G10, yes, is removed.
Got it, okay. Okay, is there a motion on the consent calendar?
Motion by Johnson.
Okay, second by Martinez. Call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates. Absent. Councilmember Choi.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
You're muted.
Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Myrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The
Hey, by the
motion
way, Vice Mayor Bates called me a few minutes ago and said he can't get in. I put that on chat, but is somebody helping him or what? Can you get IT or somebody to give him a call and try to help him out?
Yes, IT is on with Mr. Bates right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The motion passes.
We're working on it.
Absent. Okay, we are moving to our public hearing. We have 2 public hearings. And if you would like to comment on item H1, please raise your hand. Raise your hand if you're viewing by video conference. On the participants button at the bottom of the screen and select raise your hand, the raise your hand button. If you're commenting by phone, press the star key and then number 9. Item H1, pursuant to public notice. The first public hearing is to introduce an ordinance for first reading, amending sections 15.04.104.020 definitions, section 15.04.201.020, that's land use regulations, section 15.04.201.030A, that's accessory building height, section 15.04.201.050B, accessory building height, section 15.04.202.020, land use regulations, section 15.04.607.040, calculating of parking requirements, and section 15.04.610.030, accessory short-term rentals, and repealing sections 15.04.610.020, accessory dwelling units, and adopting section 15.04.610.020, accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units of the Richmond Municipal Code regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units.
Okay, can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, Lena Velasco, Community Development Director. Emily Carroll from our office will be doing the presentation. In addition, we have staff from Goldfarb and Littman, Barbara Kautz and Aaron Lamparelli, who are here to assist to address any questions.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Butt and fellow council members. The item before you tonight is amendments to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. The recommended action is to hold a public hearing and introduce an ordinance amending the city's accessory dwelling unit ordinance and related amendments. As some background, the housing element identifies secondary dwelling units or ADUs production as a part of a balanced supply of housing types and densities to meet the needs of all income groups residing or wishing to reside in the city and to comply with state law. State law changed on January 1st, 2020, amending the government code sections that regulate ADUs and junior ADUs. And throughout this presentation, I'll be using the abbreviation ADU or junior ADU to refer to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. For some context for Richmond's ADU production, as you can see in this chart, in both 2018 and 2019, planning entitled almost 70 ADUs, and the building department issued over 40 building permits for ADUs. In 2020, the planning department has issued 33 entitlements for ADUs, and the building department has issued 32 building permits for ADUs. And you can compare that to 2017, where just 34 ADUs were approved by planning, or 2016, where just 5 ADUs were approved by the planning department. The legal framework for the ordinance amendments comes from Assembly Bill 881 and Assembly Bill 68, which amend the government code sections that regulate ADUs and junior ADUs. The key changes include requiring ministerial approval of ADUs, reducing the application processing time from 120 to 60 days, requiring that the city permit ADUs on sites with existing multifamily dwelling structures, prohibiting local owner occupancy requirements for ADUs, and restricting the local standards that can be applied on ADUs. The definition of ADU and junior ADU will change. The definition of ADU will remove the 150 to 850 square foot size restriction and allow ADUs on sites with proposed or existing single family dwellings or existing multifamily dwellings. The definition of junior ADU will be amended to require an efficiency kitchen and allow junior ADUs in proposed or existing single family dwellings. The permitted zones will also change. Broadly, ADUs are permitted in zones where single family and multifamily dwellings are permitted. As you can see here on this slide, ADUs and junior ADUs are permitted in all of the residential zones, and accessory dwelling units will be allowed on lots with proposed or existing single family dwellings or existing multifamily dwellings, and junior ADUs will be permitted on any lot with a proposed or existing single family dwelling. The number of units per lot will also be modified. On a single family lot, an applicant is permitted to develop both a detached ADU and a junior accessory dwelling unit, or an interior ADU or an attached ADU on a lot with a proposed or existing single family dwelling. On multifamily lots, an applicant can either develop 2 detached ADUs or construct an ADU that captures existing interior non-livable space up to 25% of the units, or 1 unit, whichever is greater. The objective standards will also change. The height allowance will increase from 14 to 16 feet. The side and rear yard setbacks will be reduced to 4 feet from 5 feet. The floor area maximum will be 850 square feet for a studio or 1,000 square feet for a 1 or more bedroom unit. Additionally, the required setback between the primary dwelling and the accessory dwelling unit was reduced from 10 feet to 5 feet. Notably, the development standards may not be applied if the standards would prohibit the development of an 800 square foot ADU up to 16 feet in height with 4-foot side and rear setbacks. The ordinance requires 1 parking spot per dwelling unit or bedroom, whichever is less. However, the city is prohibited from requiring parking for an ADU within 1/2 mile walking distance of public transit, or when existing covered parking is demolished or converted in conjunction with the construction of an ADU. The use restrictions for ADUs will be that they may not be rented for fewer than 30 days. And for junior ADUs, 1 unit on a lot with a junior ADU must be owner occupied. The utility requirements will change as well. Junior ADUs and ADUs are exempt from requiring new or separate utility connections. Any utility extensions must be placed underground, and the specifications for kitchen appliances and sinks in junior ADUs will be removed. Additionally, the ordinance prohibits the imposition of impact fees on junior ADUs or ADUs less than 750 square feet, and requires that when impact fees are imposed, the charges are proportionate to the square footage of the ADU. The application processing time is reduced as well. The ordinance requires that the approval process be ministerial and that the approval or disapproval of the application be within 60 days of the city receiving a completed application. The decision may not be appealed, and before receiving a building permit, the applicant must record a deed restriction prohibiting short-term rentals. On June 18th, 2020, the Planning Commission considered the ordinance and passed Resolution 2009 recommending that the City Council approve the proposed amendments. Staff received a public comment letter today, and we're proposing the following modification to the ordinance section related to deed restrictions to read: an accessory dwelling unit shall not be sold separately from the primary dwelling unit unless consistent with the provisions of Government Code Section 65852.26 or successor provision. This would allow ADUs to be conveyed separately from the primary dwelling if certain conditions are met. These conditions include that the property was built by a qualified nonprofit, that there's an enforceable restriction on the use of land between the nonprofit and the qualified low-income buyer, and that the property is held in a tenancy in common agreement with certain restrictions outlined in the above Government Code section. Again, the recommended action is to hold a public hearing and introduce an ordinance amending the accessory dwelling unit ordinance and related sections. And staff is available for any comments or questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions from council members?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Who had a question? Raise your hand.
I think Councilmember Martinez was before me. I'll go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I was wanting to know what the justification for a minimum of 30 days.
For the short-term rentals?
Yes,
That is required by state law.
Okay, state law requires that. Okay, and when I bought my house, there were a lot of things that were grandfathered in. So if someone changes or builds a ADU and there are things that were there previous, are those things grandfathered in? Or are there, do they have to start from scratch with everything?
I could take that one, Emily. So Councilmember Martinez, if the goal here, if the scenario you're presenting is to just create a new ADU, then the building code only triggers you to bring the portions of the property or the structure that you're upgrading for the ADU purposes. So, bathroom clearances, ceiling height. So if it doesn't meet those standards, then it may not be able to be converted. So it doesn't reopen the entire property to come up to code.
So it just reopens whatever is considered to be part of the ADU. Is
That's
that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if I had a bathroom with a ceiling that was 7 feet as opposed to the required height, I'd have to raise the ceiling?
If it was intended to be part of the ADU, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other question, who was next? I see Councilor Meyer, do you have your hand up, or Willis? Go ahead, Willis.
Yeah, thank you. I just was double checking on language provision that you were adding for the ADU in terms of the deed restriction, that the provision we're adding in would allow an ADU to be sold separately if it were a nonprofit housing developer or a community land trust. That new language we're adding in would allow for that.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more scenario. For instance, we want to convert a part of a house to an ADU. Would we have to break out sheetrock to look at the electrical to see if it was upgraded, or would the electrical stand as is?
I would have to confirm with our building official, but in general, we're going to look at the portion that's being converted. If you're not doing any changes to the electrical to accommodate the unit itself, then it likely doesn't need to be upgraded. But I think, I would have to confirm with the building official.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, with that, I will open the public hearing. And do we have any speakers signed up, Madam Clerk?
We do not have any speakers. Sounds
Okay.
like a dog wants to. Oh, we do have one speaker.
Okay. We have Kieran Slaughter. Kieran, you have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, and hello to everybody. It's been quite a while, but I just want to chime in and say that I'm in support of this modification to the ordinance change. It's a long time overdue, and literally, I think it was 5 years ago, I had drafted a second dwelling unit ordinance that was really, really close to going to council. Then I got the opportunity to switch over to the NPS. But now this is great work by staff, and I just want to compliment you and say it's a long time overdue. We need to relax and streamline the rules to further facilitate the ADUs, construction, and the legalization of ADUs. And so, one provision that I did propose a while back was to have an amnesty program to try and encourage folks that did have ADUs that were unpermitted to, kind of come forward and legalize those without penalty. And so that's something, staff may want to consider, and that's something that we discussed 5 years ago. It was 2015 when I wrote that staff report. So, yeah, I'm in support. And if there's anything else that staff can do to further streamline the development and legalization of ADUs, I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Okay, that was the only speaker?
Yes.
Okay, I will close the public hearing. Are there any additional questions or comments from council members? I don't see any. Anybody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll move the item. I'll move approval.
Second.
Reading.
Okay. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates. Absent. Councilmember Choi.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Still muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that. I guess it's too late to make a friendly amendment to consider the amnesty for people changing.
We're in the middle
Is
of
that-
the motion.
Yes. All right, then yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates absent.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, on to the next item.
We're moving on to item H2. Anyone that would like to address the council on this item should raise their hand. If you're joining by video, click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raise hand button. If you're joining us by phone, press the star key and then number 9. Item H2, once I read the item into record, then your opportunity to sign up to speak will be closed. Item H2, hold a public hearing to introduce an ordinance amending the Richmond Municipal Code in relation to the city's inclusionary housing program and to adopt a resolution. Sorry about that. And to adopt a resolution amending inclusionary housing in lieu fees for residential developments and adopting non-residential linkage fees for non-residential developments. Looks like we have 2 people to speak on this item.
May we have a staff report, please?
Yes. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So good evening, Council. Lena Velasco, Community Development Director. With me this evening, I have Barbara Couts from Goldfarb and Littman, as well as David Dozema, who from Kaiser Marston Associates, both who've been assisting us in the update of the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. So the recommended action this evening is actually twofold. The first is to hold the public hearing. And then the 2 actions by the council would be to introduce an ordinance amending the Richmond Municipal Code with regards to the city's inclusionary housing program, and 2, to adopt a resolution that would amend the inclusionary housing in lieu fee for residential projects, as well as adopt a new non-residential linkage fee for non-residential development. As way of background, there are 2 current housing element programs that were included in the housing element that was adopted in May of 2015 for this planning period. The first program was to implement the city's inclusionary housing ordinance and to consider revisions that were mostly around pending court cases as well as recent changes in state law. Since May 2015, there's also been additional changes in state law that have been incorporated into these recommendations. The second program was really to study the effectiveness of the ordinance in producing new affordable housing, as well as to consider amendments that would overall help in the production. And so we've are here this evening to present amendments that we think will do this. So our recommendations are based on a financial feasibility study that KMA prepared, which David will provide an overview, as well as the legal framework that we're working with, and direction that we received both at Planning Commission, at the City Council during study sessions, and public meetings that we had with the public. So in addition, there's some recommendations that are based on just providing clarity for staff who's implementing, as well as development or developers who may be subject to the provisions in this ordinance. So with that, I will pass it on to David, who will do a summary of the financial feasibility study.
Good evening. The financial feasibility analysis looks at the ability of residential projects in Richmond to support or sustain your existing inclusionary requirements and examines the feasibility of potential modified requirements. The study looks at prototypical residential development projects that are representative of the types of residential developments that the city has seen recently or expects to see. The findings are general in nature. They apply to these representative projects, and we would expect specific projects to differ somewhat based on unique circumstances. Next slide. Lena, could you turn it to the next slide?
It's frozen. Sorry.
This is a summary of the results of the study, focusing first on the area south of 580. There's two columns here. The first column looks at the feasibility of residential projects with your existing in lieu fee. The second column looks at feasibility with providing on-site affordable units. Single family and larger townhome projects were found to be feasible either with your existing in lieu fee or with on-site affordable units at either 10 or 15% of the total project being affordable units. Townhomes were found to have weaker or more marginal challenging feasibility, either with the existing fee or with on-site units at a requirement of 10%. That said, you have had a townhome project move forward in the area south of 580, and you have others proposed. Rentals, we looked at two different types. One, a lower density rental with surface parking, another a higher density rental project with structured parking. For the lower density rental, we found it to be feasible with the existing in lieu fee, and you have had an example of a lower density rental in the area south of 580 moving forward. With on-site units, it was feasible with 10% affordable units on site, but not as strong as with payment of the in lieu fee. And then looking at the higher density rental, we found it to be feasible, but not as strong in terms of its economics as a lower density rental with surface parking due to the added cost of the structured parking. And then in terms of providing on-site affordable units in the higher density rental project, we found that to render the project infeasible or very challenging feasibility, testing 10% of units on site affordable. If we could go to the next slide. The area north of 580, recognizing that's a pretty broad geographic area, we focused in on a particular area within Richmond that we thought would help us inform an understanding of conditions more broadly. And we looked at the Hilltop area. We selected that area because it's got several different residential development projects proposed and have somewhat higher sales prices and rents, which helps support greater feasibility of having higher sales prices and rents. But what we found is that single family townhomes and higher density rentals were all infeasible or have very challenging feasibility in that area. And lower density rentals we found to be feasible with the existing in lieu fee in place, but providing on-site units would weaken the feasibility there, making it more challenging to move forward with more marginally feasible. If we could go to the next slide. So based on these findings, we provided a set of recommendations. The first being to distinguish the requirements of your inclusionary ordinance between the areas south of I-580 and the balance of the city by establishing an in lieu fee south of the 580 that is either similar to your current in lieu fee or potentially a modest increase. Elsewhere, consider a reduction in your in lieu fee until the market is more established through a track record of built projects. Looking at a requirement for on-site production of affordable units, that's most feasible in for sale projects that are south of the I-580. In other locations, we recommended continuing to maintain an option for an in lieu fee in for sale projects elsewhere and rental projects throughout the city. Regarding the percentage of affordable units that is required under the ordinance, we suggested reducing that from the current level in order to bring the cost of providing those affordable units more in line with the in lieu fee, and also to preserve the feasibility of projects that would be required to provide the units as part of the project under this proposal, which is for sale projects south of 580. And then to add flexibility regarding the provision of units on site, including in some allowing smaller square footage sizes, and in the case of projects that utilize financing like low-income housing tax credits, allow flexibility to cluster the affordable units on a portion of the site, which can be necessary to access that outside financing. And so with that, I'm going to pass it to Barbara Couts.
Good evening, Mayor Butts and council members. So one of the motivating factors were changes in state law and in the legal standards for providing affordable housing. So CBIA, the California Building Industry Association versus San Jose, is a state Supreme Court case where the big issue was whether inclusionary requirements should be treated like impact fees, like traffic impact fees, or more like land use requirements. And the court decided that inclusionary requirements were most like rent and price controls. And so they first needed to be reasonably related to a public purpose. And the court certainly found that there was a public purpose in requiring affordable housing. And secondly, they said that the requirement could not be confiscatory, which they defined as meaning that the property owners needed to have a fair rate of return. And that was one of the major reasons that this city retained Kaiser Marston, David's firm, in order to demonstrate that the requirements would leave residential development feasible. And then AB 1505, which was passed in 2017 and became effective on January 1st, 2018, restored the ability for inclusionary requirements to apply to rental projects. And there were a couple of conditions, though. First of all, if more than 15% of the total units are required to be affordable to low-income households, under certain circumstances, the State Department of Housing and Community Development can require a feasibility study, both before and particularly after, if the council adopts these recommendations, the city will not be requiring more than 15% of total units to be required for low-income households. And secondly, for rental housing, the city must provide alternatives to building the housing on site. And we'll explain what those alternatives are, but again, the ordinance does that. And lastly, a change that was made generally in the ordinance was to change the definitions of affordability, the rent and price definitions, so that they were more consistent with the state housing laws. So next slide. So the city's had 4 previous meetings on the subject. The council had a workshop, had a meeting, a study session in February of 2018. There was a community workshop in December of 2018. And then the Planning Commission met on April 18th, 2019. And at those 3 meetings, direction was given to the staff. And then they recommended approval of the ordinance you'll see on June 18th. And generally, there was support for higher affordability requirements south of I-580, as David's explained, and to require on-site units, again, south of on-site units or alternatively production of units south of I-580 and ownership projects. But the biggest consensus was to adopt policies that would lead to the most affordable housing. It seems a little bit odd that some of the requirements are being reduced, but if no housing is built, then there wouldn't not be any affordable housing production. So the recommendations here are really trying to get a balance between making sure development is feasible and then getting as much affordable housing as possible. So next slide. So I'm going to explain a few of the key amendments that are included in the inclusionary ordinance. As before, it will apply to projects that will create 10 or more units. That's no change. And live-work units are now defined as residential units that will need to provide inclusionary units if they have 10 units or more. There's a number of exemptions, most of them required by state law, but the ordinance exempts approved projects and those that have complete applications. Those have the option to either comply with the amended ordinance or the former ordinance as they desire. But development agreements that are executed before the effective date of the ordinance, which will not be until sometime in December, have to comply with their development agreement. Or if the development agreement has no terms regarding affordable housing, they have to comply with the existing ordinance, which is what the development agreement allows them to do. So the proposed amendments, as were described, actually reduce the required on-site inclusionary percentage. For rental housing, a development that desires to provide the housing on site will provide 10% lower income or 9% very low income. For a for sale project, they would have a choice of 10% moderate income or 7% low income. Next slide. The ordinance tried to clarify the standards for the inclusionary units. One is that it better defined what it meant to have the market rate units and the inclusionary units developed concurrently. There's always an issue where, of course, the development community would rather develop the market rate units first, and there needs to be some tie to make sure that the inclusionary units get built, and that was clarified. In general, the units have to be distributed throughout the project, except, as you can see in the exceptions, if the units receive low-income housing tax credit financing, which cannot really be used for scattered units, or if it's for senior housing, which has to be built as one building. You can't have scattered site senior housing. The units have to be, in general, the same average size and type and have the same average number of bedrooms as the market rate units, so that the inclusionary units aren't all, say, studios and one bedrooms. But they can be smaller or a different type if there's 5% more units than required, so long as they have the same average number of bedrooms. Next slide. There is a separate resolution that contains fees. The ordinance itself authorizes the council to adopt fees, but the fees themselves are contained in the attached resolution. And for the in lieu fees, which are now based on construction costs, and so they need to be calculated separately for each project. Instead, there's a flat fee, which approximates what the in lieu fee has been, of $12 per square foot of living space. And that applies for all projects south of I-580. But in lieu fees, payment of in lieu fees is not permitted for the for sale units, but rentals south of I-580 will pay $12 a square foot. In the rest of the city, the fees are gradually phased in order to encourage development north of I-580. Now, if a project has a development agreement, it has to conform with the development agreement, but for a project that's just proposed, there'll be no fee at all until the city issues building permits for 370 units. And then the fee gradually goes up until once the city's entire regional housing needs of about 1,500 units is reached, then the full $12 a square foot in lieu fee will apply. Next slide. As I mentioned, AB 1505 requires the ordinance to include alternatives to on-site production for the rental units. So the rental units can pay in lieu fees. A developer can choose to dedicate land to the city, or the developer can choose to build the units somewhere else. Generally, there's the same alternatives for the ownership units, except south of I-580, in lieu fees are not an option. But ownership projects are allowed to have units as rentals, and those units can also be sold to nonprofit or government agencies. It's fairly common, depending on how the market is, for developers to have condominiums improved and then decide to rent out the units. So if that's the case, they are allowed to rent out the units, but at a low income rent. And then when they're converted, if the developer decides later that he or she actually does want to sell the units, then those units are actually required to be affordable, but at a for sale price. Next slide. The ordinance currently requires only 30 years of affordability and allows the units to be sold at market rate if the difference between the market rate and affordable price is deposited in the Affordable Housing Fund. And this city felt that it was much more important to keep those units affordable. And so ownership units need to be affordable for 45 years and 55 years for rental projects, which is consistent with most state law requirements. Next slide. And so that's the end of our recommendations for the residential projects. For non-residential projects, for which the ordinance authorizes a commercial, something called a commercial linkage fee, those recommendations are largely based on the Kaiser Marston Nexus studies and your direction given at previous meetings. But for that, I'm going to turn it over to David to discuss the feasibility findings.
This chart here presents non-residential development activity in Richmond over the historic period. It looks at the the dollar value of building permits issued. The blue bars are industrial development. The purple bars are primarily warehouse development, although to the extent there was any retail development, it's included in that bar as well. So this chart gives you a picture of development that's in the non-residential sector being primarily warehouse and industrial in nature. There has been a little bit of office, no hotels built over the period. So in thinking about the commercial linkage fee, it's helpful to keep that in mind, that it's primarily, at least based on the history, been industrial and warehouse projects moving forward. We could go to the next slide. This gives you some examples of commercial linkage fees that have been adopted in other communities in the Bay Area, primarily East Bay. The nearest examples, Oakland, Berkeley, Emeryville, range up to just under $6 per square foot, which is the Oakland fee level. If you look at the warehouse distribution column on this chart, and thinking about those communities that see development like that, Oakland is an example at $5.89. Livermore, just 12 cents per square foot is what they charge for that type of space. And then San Jose is a new commercial linkage fee adoption. They also have some development in the warehouse logistics category, and they're at $5 for that use. If we could go to the next slide. Another way to think about commercial linkage fees and the likelihood that they'll impact a decision to move forward with a non-residential project is just how much of the overall project budget they really represent. The greater component of a development cost for a project that a fee represents, the more influence it has on the decision to either build or not to build. But if fees are kept to a pretty moderate level, they're unlikely to be a major factor in that kind of decision making. So with a warehouse distribution project, a fee at around $2 per square foot is approximately 1% of the overall cost of a project. Of course, that's 1% is important, but it's unlikely to be the major influence on the decision to construct that project. And then if you look at some of the other categories, retail and office R&D, a fee at $2 would be even a lesser percentage than 1% of cost. If we could go to the next slide. So the top half of this chart is the maximum that could be supported by the nexus analysis, which looks at the impacts of new development, the jobs it creates, and the affordable housing needs of the workers who hold those jobs, and converts all that into the most you could charge from a nexus standpoint. And the result of our study is a fee of between $30 and $160 per square foot of building area, depending on the use. And it's a very high dollar number on a per square foot basis. It's a pretty typical finding for a nexus study for non-residential. Communities, including examples we looked at on the earlier slide, generally set their fees well below those maximums. And what we recommended is to consider something up to $2 per square foot. That keeps the potential to influence the decision to build or not build in Richmond to pretty minimal influence, minimal level. It establishes the new program for Richmond at a level that's towards the lower end of the range for the East Bay, in consideration of both the market and in consideration of the fact that the type of space that Richmond has mostly seen is in that warehouse industrial categories, where those are generally lower cost and lower rent buildings that could be a little bit more sensitive to an added cost. And so that's a consideration as well. Fortunately, that type of space has held up relatively well from a market perspective during the pandemic. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Barbara Counts.
Right. So unlike the in lieu fees for inclusionary units and the inclusionary requirements in general for residential projects, and a commercial linkage fee for non-residential projects is in fact an impact fee. It's based, as David explained, on the low-income jobs that are generated by commercial development and how much affordable housing then needs to be provided for those low-income workers. And so for that, a nexus study needs to be done. But as you saw in the previous slide, the nexus fee justified is far higher than the fee that's actually recommended in order not to impose a constraint on the commercial development that the city would want. It's very uncommon for cities to set their commercial fees as high as they could legally. Next slide. So at previous city meetings, there was general support for the commercial linkage fees. And again, to identify policies that would lead to the greatest amount of affordable housing production. The commercial linkage fee, although not particularly high, will over time raise a significant amount of money for the city to use for affordable housing. And these days, it's difficult for projects to get supported by and to receive tax credits if there's not local funding. So having more local funding through the commercial linkage fee should enable the city to provide more affordable housing and leverage that money pretty significantly. Next slide. And so the only amendments to the ordinance regarding the commercial linkage fee are to authorize the fee. There's an exemption for projects that add less than 5,000 square feet of floor area. And the fee is set at $2 per square foot in the resolution that you have in front of you as the second action to be taken. Next slide. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Lena to explain the Planning Commission's action.
Thank you. So the item was, or the ordinance was presented to the Planning Commission on June 18th. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval to the City Council with 2 minor additions, which are presented in the version that's before you this evening. One is to clarify how the in lieu funds could be used to provide a little bit more flexibility around affordable housing production, particularly as we're dealing with extensive needs for the unhoused population. And so providing some flexibility for funds to be targeted towards affordable housing that could be temporary in nature. In addition, the Planning Commission also wanted to require periodic review of the ordinance to really see if the outcomes or the intent behind the policy are being achieved, which is to result in greater affordable housing production while at the same time not impacting housing development within the city or negatively adversely impacting. In addition, we are adding one additional recommendation is to require payment of the fees at the building permit issuance unless there's a condition of approval when the project is considered that allows it to be delayed later. And this just creates efficiencies in the process since prior to filing a building permit, somebody doesn't get presented with a bill. So that's our additional recommendation. And so with that, here's a summary of the recommended action is to introduce the ordinance as well as to adopt the resolution that amends the current residential in lieu fee as well as adopts the new non-residential linkage fee. So with that, we're available to answer any questions. I will stop sharing.
Are there questions from council members? Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why there's a division along 580. What criteria was used in your study to establish this division of feasibility?
Sure. David, I'll start a little bit and then I'll hand it off to you. David did the financial feasibility study, which was really the supporting information we needed. But just as from our department's perspective, where we're really seeing market rate housing being produced is in south of 580. The majority of the new construction that's occurring north of 580 is really affordable housing. So it's already subsidized. It's coming with low income tax credits. We're not seeing market rate housing being produced north of 580. So I think from that speaks a little bit to the financial feasibility, which David, if you could further expand on your findings.
Well, I think Lena, that was exactly it. That was the basis for drawing that geographic distinction. Obviously, the 580 is a significant physical feature, and it is south of there where we saw going into the study that is where projects, market rate projects, were being primarily proposed, and so that really was the thinking behind that.
So, well, I'm so the quarry terminal ones market rate? Is a water line market rate?
Correct.
Noma,
It's
yeah.
to the point. And Hilltop Apartments is not market rate?
Hilltop Apartments is not market rate, but Hilltop Apartments has been approved. Their entitlements have been granted time extensions. They have not pulled building permits. And so I think that speaks to the financial feasibility that we've approved several market rate projects north of 580. And I would say over the last 7 years, none of them have built. And so I think Summer Lane was the last project over at Hilltop that built.
I guess I need to go back to definitions. What do you mean when you say market rate?
Market rate means that it's driven by the market demand in terms of the cost. So there is no affordability restriction on the unit. And so, for example, some of the new construction we've had north of 580 would be the terraces at Niven. It's under construction now, but it's 261 affordable units. So they have gotten project-based vouchers. They've gotten low-income tax credits. So they're being financed with some public subsidy. And that's why the Harborview Apartments is another one on Harbor Way in Ohio near the Greenway. That's another recently completed project. Again, similar financing model that is requiring a subsidy. So our intent behind the zone designation is to really begin to introduce housing production north of 580. And so we think that the financial feasibility may be assisted by having a reduced in lieu fee for a period of time. And this is where the opportunity to evaluate and come back to you and present, what is being produced with the modified ordinance. And we may have to adjust again, but I think the idea here and the intent is to improve the financial feasibility of projects north of 580. So we do start seeing new construction on 23rd Street, San Pablo, downtown, Hilltop.
Okay, well, most of these developments have been large projects, and I think one of the reasons why we have a lot of stuff below 580 is because we have large areas of land that can be developed. That's what developers are looking for. If you go north, there's not. Well, can you tell me what happened to the project that was being planned next to the Richmond Golf Course?
So that's a relatively newer project, and that one is under review right now. And so that's I think a 90-unit single family subdivision. So we still believe that these projects are marketable, and certainly we're encouraging. I think this is just one additional incentive to begin to spur up housing productions north of 580. That doesn't require a subsidy. So it really is going to depend on the design, the context of the development. So we still believe that development will occur in these other areas north of 580. It's just that this is just a push incentive that we think will help improve the production.
Considering all the development that's happened around Atlas Road and San Pablo and the Parkway, I really don't see what you're telling me. What you're telling me in terms of what you found in terms of feasibility. I need better evidence.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, certainly we did development interviews. We also, I think a lot of the country club estates or the production of development around Atlas Road, at least housing related, was approved many, many years ago, and I think has been there now for at least 10 years. So we haven't really seen any recent market rate developments. And so I think the zone approach too for inclusionary ordinances is a common approach that many cities in the Bay Area are taking to really understand that, you know, not all neighborhoods have the same financial feasibility. And so this is another incentive to encourage development where you do want to see it, which is in our central core, in the hilltop area along our major corridors. So.
Can you give me some cities that have adopted this sort of planning?
I think Oakland is
Oakland.
one, and David, I don't know if you want to add more.
San Jose is also moving towards a zoned approach where they distinguish their in lieu fees by geographic area.
Yeah, Salinas also has different standards in their downtown where they wanted lower, you know, requiring less affordable housing in their downtown where they wanted to encourage development.
Okay.
It tends to be the larger cities that, you know, have more density and market conditions that do this.
Okay, so has the economic disruption of COVID affected your findings, and if so, how?
The for sale market has held up surprisingly well. And so there's been less of an effect there. In terms of rental housing, especially brand new apartments that are, you know, of the best quality that you expect with a new development project, they have had rents come down. The impact on feasibility there is a little less clear because once COVID, you know, hopefully is in the rearview mirror, not too long from now, those rents may come back up as employers start making, you know, office workers come back to work and so forth. They need to be here. They can't just work from anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, I may have more questions, but that's it for now. Thank you.
Hey, Tom. Can you see me, Tom?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, well, thanks to Richard and Sue, they finally got me connected. My question has to do with what's the urgency for this particular program? I was always under the impression that developers who want to develop property tend to come in and present a proposal. Now, if you're going to make it zoning to the point where if they want to do a single detached home and you got it for you know, apartments or whatever, you're defeating the potential of a city raising money. If these things are not flexible, whereby even though you've got it for a certain type of housing, but a developer comes in and he wants to do another type of housing, provide significant revenue to the city, I think we ought to be flexible enough to make that change. But you guys are putting things in hard concrete that prevent the person who's got the money, who wants to spend it in Richmond, spend it the way he would like.
So, Vice Mayor Bates, I would just say, I mean, I think what we've tried to do is, so we're recommending that the council consider reducing the on-site unit percentage requirements. So it would go from 17% to 10% for moderate rate income. So that's a significant decrease from the obligation. Right. Where we are being a little bit more prescriptive is that if you are doing a for sale product south of 580, that you have to build the units. You can no longer pay the in lieu fee. So this is a significant policy decision, and this was at the recommendation of the Planning Commission, who's, you know, the best way to provide affordable housing production is to get it built at the time the development is built, versus having to accumulate enough fees that we can contribute to a project. And so we did study what the financial impact of that could potentially do to a project south of 580, and we found it would still be feasible.
Yeah, but what's so significant about south of 580? That's mean everything going toward El Sobrante and in the hills. Is that what you're referring to?
No, south of 580 is really the South Richmond shoreline area. So it'd be Point Richmond, Brickyard Cove, Marina Bay, the Richmond Bay area, where you've adopted a specific plan. So literally it's south of 580. North of 580 would be the Central Richmond, Hilltop, El Sobrante.
Okay. All right. You're talking about the San Rafael area.
Yes, yes, the I-580 freeway.
Well, there's not very much left to build except Terminal 1.
There's a few infill sites. I think the Richmond Bay area near the Richmond Field Station, you know, where the former Stauffer Chemical site is.
Build.
There.
Okay, well,
that's a potential site, and whether it's the commercial linkage fee that's being introduced, but all that development in that area would contribute.
That includes the Zeneca site?
That's correct.
Okay, well, I don't want to tie us down. I can't vote to tie us down. I think that if they have flexibility where a developer comes forward and says, hey, I want to do X, Y, Z, it's going to be a beautiful project. We ought to be flexible enough to make the adjustment. But put it in concrete and say you can't build X, Y, Z, that's not my way of dealing with the developers. I do support your concept of reducing the fee to give them more encouragement to come in. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Other questions from council members? I don't see anybody else. I will open the public hearing, and Madam Clerk, you will call the speakers.
We have 2 speakers. I'll turn it over to Jessica.
Okay, we'll start with Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, council members. You know, upon reviewing this item, I had several questions and concerns that I hope you can address to the public tonight. The city just spent thousands of dollars. The exact cost to taxpayers is unclear on their 28-page advertising supplement in the SF Business Times just a week ago, where they stated on page 4 that Hilltop was, you know, the East Bay's newest and largest mixed-use life science office, industrial, retail, and residential development place. So this seems to be inconsistent with the messaging that the city is now saying just a week later about housing feasibility at Hilltop. I understand that the city is trying to incentivize developers, but can you please clarify for the public which statement above was correct with respect to feasibility at Hilltop? For projects south of I-580, how will the city determine appropriate fee structures for projects that may be comprised of both for sale and rental units? Third, I'm assuming this affects the AZ project, which is what Lena just said, which is south of I-580. And to my knowledge, they have not submitted a complete application, nor has their project been approved. Can you please confirm that for the public? Most importantly, question 4, why is I-580 being used as an arbitrary cutoff versus the entire shoreline? This appears to be designed to preferentially profit Sun Cal and Orton development at the Point Melati project. So to say that only the South Shoreline is marketable, but that part is not, is just very confusing to me and seems deliberate. Number 5, how will this impact the planned area district at Point Melati? Again, since it's located north of I-580, but on extremely valuable shoreline property. 6, what exactly has Sun Cal and Orton already legally committed to building from an affordable unit perspective? 7, or are you saying that this ordinance would render them exempt from building any affordable units should they change their mind, and that they would have to pay $0 towards an in lieu fee because 370 additional housing units would need to be constructed in the city following the ordinance effective date before those rates increase? Can you clarify if Point Melati's project application has been deemed complete or if their project has been fully approved? My understanding is that that doesn't happen until well into the DRB, PC, and city council approval process. Can you clarify if this fee is based on the total number of units or on the number of required affordable units? That's a little unclear to me still. And that comes important because if the public is going to potentially save SunCal and Orton close to $17 to $21 million if they are building 1,452 units, an average of 1,200 square feet per unit, and if the in lieu fee range based on 7% construction costs comes to an equivalent of $10 to $12 per square foot, that comes out to $17.4 to $21 million. So please clarify for us if they are getting that much of a gift. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Vinay Pimple. Vinay, you have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Vinay? Hello? Vinay?
Thank you. So I would just like to reiterate particularly the second half of what Lisa Johnson said concerning Point Malate, because I looked at it and I saw the same numbers that she read out. In addition, the whole idea of discounting up to 1,500 units, that 1,500 units seems like a very suspicious number to me, because that's very close to the number of units that are supposed to be built at Point Malate. So I would just request you to get a very clear estimate first of how much of a gift this represents to the developers of Point Malate before you vote on this. Otherwise, this could be a giant scam. And I don't want the city to have to pay millions and millions of dollars in gifts. The Point Malate settlement is already a pretty bad settlement for the city, and this will just make it way worse. So please get the numbers first. Exactly how much of a gift is this to the Point Malate developer? That $17 million to $21 million figure that Ms. Johnson suggested, that is the same number that I have also. And so please check into this. The other thing I wanted to also ask about is this $12 per square foot figure, because this is supposed to be in lieu of difficulty of figuring out what 7% of construction cost is. Now, here's the thing. If you say it's $12 per square foot, that basically says that you can construct an 1,150 square foot unit for under $200,000. Yet we learn that the cost of building one unit of affordable housing is about not $200,000, but $700,000. So what is it? Is affordable housing simply a massive waste of money where you are building stuff for $700,000 that should cost $200,000, or are you estimating it at $200,000 to give basically a massive break on in lieu fees? That is also a question to which I hope you get an answer before you vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Are there further, first of all, I'll close the public hearing. Second, are there follow-up questions from council members? Councilmember Martinez. Unmute yourself, please.
Sorry about that. I think the speakers brought up very good questions, and I believe that we should answer them here. So since the speakers aren't able to ask, I will ask those questions for them. So I'll just start off. Why, when we were talking about Point Malate, they were continually comparing Point Malate to the water line, so they apparently see the water line like the Point Malate development. Why isn't the Point Malate development considered part of this, and why the arbitrary line, which doesn't really follow a building feasibility.
Sure. So Councilmember Martinez, let me clarify a few things from the questions that were raised regarding Point Melati. So first, the city has approved a development agreement and as well as a disposition and development agreement with Point Melati, or with Winehaven Legacy LLC. So there's already contractual agreements between the parties that they will conform to the current ordinance. So they do not get to benefit from this modified ordinance. They don't get the reduced fee. They don't get the reduced on-site percentage because we already have contractual agreements with them that they're going to conform to the current ordinance, and that's attached to the development agreement. So I think just in terms of them benefiting from this modified ordinance, there's no intent behind that. They don't get to use it, and that's clear in the exemptions that if we have an executed development agreement at the time this ordinance goes into effect, they don't get to benefit from it. So the other thing is that when we did look at the financial feasibility, I mean, and we did the study back in 2018-19, we did it twice. The Point Melati project wasn't really contemplated, but certainly the cost of infrastructure in there was high. So we didn't really have comparables to show that development was there. But I think in general, just to reassure the council that our agreements already with Winehaven Legacy LLC will not allow them to benefit from this modified ordinance, even though they are located north of I-580.
Well, that still doesn't explain why we can't redraw that line, because right now it's arbitrarily using 580 when the line should actually move northward and include Point Melati. So I don't understand your argument as to why we can't. If they can't benefit, then why does it matter that we move the line? But by moving the line, we're more protected legally, I would imagine.
Sure. So I wasn't sure if that was your question. Was can we move the line? So I think we would just need to come up with a descriptor of what, right now, the north of 580 was an easy way to describe it. So we would need to introduce a different terminology that would have to be incorporated. And so I think, Barbara, would you see an issue with us introducing a new descriptor for modified zone? You're on mute.
Unmute.
No, I don't see an issue. The Planning Commission talked about this issue, so I don't think you need to refer it back to the Planning Commission. So if the, if the will of the council is to modify, the areas in which the fees take place, that's, you're entitled to do so.
So I think as a recommendation, we could, as part of the council's action, could have us replace the north of 580 zone to be described, the area north of 580 excluding the San Pablo Peninsula, which includes Point Melati.
Right. I think we would need to modify the resolution and the ordinance, but with that direction, that can be done.
Did I hear you say it would have to go back to the Planning Commission?
No, I said it would not need to go back to the Planning Commission.
Okay, so
you have more questions, Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah. Let's see. Actually, I don't know how to phrase them, so I'm going to hold off.
Okay, Vice Mayor Bates.
Well, with reference to Point Melody, it doesn't make any sense. You're going to put us in a legal liability. We've already agreed to a certain type of development at in Point Melody. And to go back and change it don't make sense. But what I would like to ask the Planning Commission, the planning staff, Lena, are there appeals for a developer or anyone who wants to do something in Richmond and to be able to come before the council? I don't think that when you put a hard rule in place that there's no appeal process, it doesn't make sense, because we may have Google or Cisco or Microsoft come in, want to do a type of development, and then we're excluding the potential of someone that has big money to come in and do a nice project. So I think that I wouldn't support this unless there was an opportunity for an appeal where a developer can come before the council, and because we don't know what the potential is going to be down the way. It may be gigantic. I don't know.
If the council wanted, some ordinances have a provision. This ordinance specifies some alternatives to building on site. Some ordinances have a rather general provision that basically allows somebody to come in and make a proposal if they can demonstrate that it provides the same or better affordable housing. Maybe that would, give a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, well, I just say you never put something in concrete that is not an opportunity to make some modification. So I would support the project so long as the ordinance, so long as that provision is available. But if you throw Point Melody in, forget it.
I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
Just to clarify too, Mayor, there's also a section called reductions, adjustments, or waivers. So, somebody could apply for a waiver, adjustment, or reduction if it shows, for example, that it doesn't allow a fair rate of return on their project. And so, that we would look at that on a case by case, but it does have provisions for that, given that we want to sort of protect city from takings claims.
Sounds like that's already in there, huh? Other questions, comments from council members? So if we're looking at adding anything to this, can we do it as an amendment tonight, or do we have to bring it back?
I think if it's to just modify the zone areas, I think I guess it depends probably on the extent of the changes you're requesting, but based on what we've heard, if it's changing potentially the zone map definition, as well as introducing this additional waiver provision or adjustment, then those may be simple enough. We could provide you some language.
So we could pass it on a first reading tonight with those modifications, right?
Mayor, I think as long as the suggested changes to what staff has proposed are specific enough that it's clear and read into the record, because it's just an introduction of the ordinance and not a second reading. Yes, you could do that tonight if you specify, the exact changes you would like to make.
Okay, well, anybody want to make a motion?
I move the ordinance.
With the proposed modifications?
Yes.
Okay, so the modifications are to include the San Pablo Peninsula along with the area south of I-80, and to make sure that there's a process for waivers based on equivalent provision of low-cost housing or financial feasibility. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, first reading.
Okay. All right, good. We got a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Choi. If there's no further discussion, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick is absent for this vote. Councilmember Willis
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Sure. Yes.
okay, the vote is unanimous.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. So we are now moving to item I1. Anyone that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. And that is by clicking on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raised hand button. And to comment by phone, press the star and the number 9 key. And after I read the item into the record, the opportunity to speak on this item will be closed. Item I1 is to adopt a city council district residency policy. Okay, and I'm gonna, let's see. There are 22 hands raised.
Oh, how many?
22.
22.
23, sorry.
Okay. Okay, well, this is my item, so I'll start it off. Not expectedly, this has become a very controversial item. And after discussions with the city attorney, I'm going to remove the parts of it that deal with, I would say reluctantly, I'm going to remove the parts that deal with requiring the city to verify that that the owner of a rental unit is in compliance with our rent program. So maybe that'll take care of some opposition to it. The other couple of things I want to do is that this has no effect on the current election. It's neither intended to have any effect nor would it have any effect if by some miracle it were adopted, but it doesn't. So what we're looking at are two things: future elections and future residency requirements or verifications of sitting council members and mayors for that matter. So a couple of other things I'd like to say about it. A lot of people have characterized this as being discriminatory, racist, and all kinds of terrible things. I do want to say that that residential verification is something that is already very, very common in California. Most colleges and universities require proof of residence, and they do this. They offer a list of things that can be provided, including income tax returns, driver's licenses, auto registrations, active bank accounts, utility deposits, and things like that. So that's being done, whether you see the University of California system, California State University system, a lot of community college districts, they already require that. It's very common. K-12 school districts also do it. It's very common for K-12 school districts to require proof of residency for people to live in an attendance area of a school unless they're otherwise exempt. And typically they require some of the same things: vehicle registrations, income tax returns, property tax bills, lease and rental agreements, payroll stubs, things like that. So there are already hundreds of institutions, public institutions in California that already require something very similar to this. California driver's license. Have you ever tried to go down and get get your real ID for the California driver's license, you have to show proof of residency, and they will accept like any 2 or 3 of a whole list of things, including rental agreements, mortgage bills and receipts, utility bills, medical documents, employment documents, insurance documents, tax returns, so on like that. So that affects anybody in California who wants to get a real driver's license. And then there are only a few, but there are a growing number of cities who are doing this also. Fresno is probably the oldest and largest, but you also have Placentia, Palm Springs. There's a handful of others. When I drafted this, I went looking for a model, and kind of the first one that popped up was Coalinga. So I used Coalinga as a model, and I used most of their language, except I changed Coalinga to Richmond and Fresno County to Contra Costa County, and made a few other changes to it. So I think the point of this is that it's not meant to it's not meant to hinder anybody from running for office or anybody from holding office. The requirements, as I said before, are basically simple, and they are applied in multiple institutions all over California and have been for a long time. And I think the result is that it will the intent is that it will actually end controversies. In the future, when somebody decides to run for office, or if they're already in office, it will end controversies and end conjecture that somebody doesn't really live there, because they'll have gone through this process. So it really ought to make life easier, not harder. That's my pitch. Are there any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to do something a little unconventional, but I spoke with the city attorney about this earlier, and she confirmed with me that this is legal. It's not what we normally do, but it's legal. I'm going to make a motion to table this item indefinitely, and I know that we usually don't table before public comment, but the reason I want the public to know why.
Oh, you can do it anytime. No, a motion
Right.
to table is acceptable at any time. So if you
Right,
want to make that motion, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say why I'm doing it before public comment, so the public knows. The language in this is so inflammatory.
By the way, hey, a motion for table, there's no discussion.
Doesn't have discussion. Fine.
Just got to make the motion.
I just don't want the drama that's going to happen if we go forward with this motion on either side. So motion to table indefinitely.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Choi. There is no discussion, so Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
No.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, so that takes us back to, let's see, where are we here? G7, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Item G7 is to approve a sole source agreement with the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office for the continued and dedicated services of a deputy district attorney who will be specifically assigned as Richmond's community-based prosecutor in an amount not to exceed $100,000 from July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. And this was removed from the consent calendar by Vice Mayor Bates.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd first like for the chief to explain her position.
Okay, well, that'll be a staff report by the chief or her assignee, so go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Button, City Councilman. So I've spoken to Vice Mayor Bates about his concerns, and while I also agree with some of his concerns, I think the benefits of having a community prosecutor outweigh the getting rid of the community prosecutor. So we've had this program since 2008, and this has been a great benefit for the department. It's helped us to reduce crime. Our community prosecutor has been instrumental in helping us go after gun violence cases. The district attorney's office has their own staffing shortages, which in turn leaves less attorneys to review a lot of cases at the district attorney's office. Having the community prosecutor in-house gives us the opportunity to, one, get our cases looked at and charged sooner. And if they're not charged, giving the opportunity for our community to know that information so that they're not unnecessarily showing up to court. That's a program that we have in conjunction with the public defender's office. Not having the community prosecutor, we would have to go away from that program. It will cost our community more money and more trips to the courthouse unnecessarily. Our community prosecutor is instrumental in reviewing our DUI cases. These are misdemeanor cases that would need to go to the district attorney's office for review. Right now, there's a significant delay in reviewing misdemeanor cases, so much so that the district attorney's office isn't even looking to prosecute drug offenses unless there's at least 3 times that a person over a year period. That is still in play, but the problem is that you would have to have somebody that is looking at the cases. So if we arrest somebody one time for a drug offense, that case will go over to the district attorney's office. It's not going to get charged. Now, if they get arrested again, it's still not going to get charged. On the 3rd time, they'll look at charging it, but there's nobody that's actually keeping track of the cases so that when that 3rd time happens, they could say, okay, this person has been caught 3 times now, we need to charge this case. Having our community prosecutor in-house, actually, he reviews each case and keeps a log of all of those cases so that when we do have a repeat offender, then that person is finally charged with that and held accountable. This has been instrumental with some of our theft cases. We've had people go into the Walgreens in the near Foods Co. And we had one particular person that was going in there almost on a weekly basis, stealing from them, literally walking out with handfuls of merchandise. And we arrest them, get cited out because they don't go to jail for that. And this was happening over and over again. And so our community prosecutor looked at the case, looked at how many times it's happened, connected all those cases together, and finally charged this person. So even though we don't charge a lot of the misdemeanor cases, our community prosecutor is looking at ones that are really detrimental to the businesses here in our community and our these ongoing people that just continue to commit crimes in our community, and finally charging those cases. Additionally, our in-house prosecutor is on our use of force board. So he's there reviewing the cases, looking at the force to make sure that it's legal and within policy with our the captains that review the cases. So that's another set of eyes on those cases. Let's see. He's routinely attending our lineups and providing training to our officers. So providing training memos on how police reports can be better written, proper investigation of hate crime cases, driving under the influence cases, illegal dumping cases. These are cases that the public defender and our in-house community prosecutor is looking at on a daily basis. We've recently had issues with, we continue to have issues with dumping across the city. And these cases were being looked at in RMC sections. However, after conversing with our in-house district attorney, these cases are now, he reviews them and sends them over to the district attorney's office, and they are looking at the cases and they're prosecuted through the district attorney's office as opposed to the city attorney's office. So there's a number of things that our in-house community prosecutor looks at and does for us. It's been a tremendous help, especially with the gang cases that, the repeat offenders, and because gun cases are misdemeanors, looking at those cases, putting them together with other cases that, involve the same suspect and getting these cases charged. If we had to go through the district attorney's office to get these cases charged, it could be up to a year or more before these cases are even looked at this point.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions?
I wanted to make a couple points. I applaud the chief for her report, her analysis of the need for a district attorney in the office. And that's something that she should do. She should be looking out after her department. And I think her comments and everything are very commendable. Well, let me give you another perspective. Some of you may or may not realize that I was in the criminal justice system for 35 years as a senior probation officer in Alameda County that dealt directly with district attorneys and the courts. When we had nice finances, I never spoke in disarray about this agreement. We started this, I think, as a chief indicated, in 2008. I think it was about 200,000, and then I commend her again for dropping it down to 100,000 this year. But we paid something like $2 million plus from 2008 to 2019 for a program that is supposed to be done by the county. The county district attorney, well, let me give you another perspective. Somebody need to go online and read what the county's budget is. The county budget is $3.923 billion, not million, $billion budget. Of that budget, $180 million is devoted to the district attorney's office. Now, the chief spoke about the need for the courts to work with the city and prosecuting. Do you realize that Richmond is the only city in the county that has this arrangement with the district attorney? You mean to tell me that they're not prosecuting people in Walnut Creek, Concord, Dublin, and those areas? No, they're doing the job over there, but here in Richmond, we gotta pay for it. And that does not, in my opinion, make sense. And I repeat, not one other city has this arrangement. And why we got in this arrangement, is unfortunate. Finally, we have 6 district attorneys in Richmond, and you can't tell me that they can't lend assistance and help the police write the reports. A policeman or officer simply write a report, document as much facts as he can, and he give it to the district attorney. It is their responsibility to prosecute the case. We should no longer be involved other than giving supplemental identification and information. That's their job. It's not the city police department to do it, and no other department in this county operates like Richmond does. So I suggest that we hold this over and allow our city attorney to come in and give some perspective in terms of how they can work with the police department and providing the reports. Our officers are not that stupid. Every policeman should know how to report. That's part of their responsibility. And if you're telling me we have inadequate officers writing reports, insufficient, I can't buy that. So I cannot continue to give money to the county who has a hell of a lot more than we do, and we're looking at a $6 million deficit. No way, Jose. That's my comments. Thank you.
Okay, are there other questions from other council members? Is anybody signed up for public comment? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I have some questions. It seems as if we're subsidizing the county, going along the lines of Vice Mayor Bates. But it also seems like the person that we're hiring is doing more work above and beyond the duty that regular DA would do. So one of the things is the ongoing trainings. Can you tell me what topics are included in these trainings and how often they happen?
So they happen on a regular basis, and they're basically, you know, what
Regular means how often?
probably on a monthly basis. I mean, it could happen case by case because of this prosecutor is in-house and they're reading reports constantly. If there's an issue with a report, they contact that officer directly and say, hey, you know, for the next report, you need to put this information in. If there's, for instance, we had a problem with the way we were writing some of our domestic violence reports. They weren't including necessary information, and the district attorney came into all of our lineups, went over all the necessary points, suggested some questions to ask victims, and we were able to improve our domestic violence report significantly. So there's certain things that the district attorney's office is looking for in order to charge a case. And so they're able to provide us with the information that we need to be asking our victims. And things change, laws change. So at the beginning of the year, as laws change, they're providing training to our officers, saying, hey, this law changed, now you have to do this, this, and this. So there's ongoing training. There's DUI. DUI is a huge problem in our city, and we have a grant to address it. And so he's regularly looking at all the DUI cases. And when we're not putting enough information in the reports, he's coming out and he's doing the training and telling us what we need to do, how we need to be conducting these investigations if we want these cases charged. That happens on a regular basis. So it's not just overall the entire department. We're getting specific one-on-one training with our officers with this district attorney.
Okay, so it lists strategies for reducing gun violence, crime prevention methods through community engagement. Can you speak a little bit on those issues?
Yeah, so for example, the illegal dumping issue, our district attorney was involved in meetings that talked about ways that we can combat illegal dumping within the city. I think the mayor was involved in some of those meetings. And so he provided suggestions that the city attorney's office is overwhelmed with cases or overwhelmed with the work that they have. So they haven't been able to really involve themselves with a lot of the municipal codes. And so we've worked together, and Rachel could talk to how we've worked with the district attorney to take on some of the cases that our city attorney's office hasn't been able to prosecute since we lost our city prosecutor out of the office.
I can add a little bit more, Chief, but I do think the key point is the majority of the work that the DA does is state crime. It's kind of criminal state law stuff that our office, you know, there are some RMC violations that back when the city had a city prosecutor that was out of the police department handled, but those were more of the nature of RMC violations like public urination, open container things, but domestic violence, you know, those are not things that our office, those are things that are handled by the DA and the district attorney in the county. So, but he has also been very helpful, I understand, with the illegal dumping program, and we've been coordinating with the community prosecutor on those issues.
Thank you. It also lists crime accountability meetings. Can you explain to me what those are and how often they happen?
Yes, those happen monthly. Those are what's referred to in other departments as CompStat meetings. And so those are the meetings that all the police managers as well as civilian managers get together the second Thursday of the month, and we talk about all the crime issues. We go over all the crime data across the city, and we talk about crime strategies to address these crime issues and the And the attorney is involved in those meetings and helping us strategize and what he would need in order for us to prosecute some of these cases again.
Okay, well, that sounds like important information, and it sounds like information that we as council members should be privy to. It would make us more aware of the needs of the policemen, and it would really help us, coordinate our agenda with the needs of the police, and whatever it takes to educate our policemen and make them better civil servants, I appreciate. So thank you for this information.
You're welcome.
Would it be possible to get reports that come from the ComStat meetings?
We put a ComStat report out every month. I'm not sure if those are posted on the website, but we can make sure that those ComStat reports are posted. And that's just the data portion.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions from council members? Okay, we have a motion.
Oh, we have speakers.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Okay, and I failed to ask are there any speakers that would like to speak on this item? If there are other speakers, please raise your hand now by pressing the raise hand button. You're joining us by video. If you're joining us by phone, press the star and the 9 key. Okay. Okay, we'll start. We have 3 speakers. Joshua, please go ahead.
Okay, we'll start with Mike Parker. Mike, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I have no doubt that having the DA has been very helpful. And I think it's very reasonable that the DA help in training people. In fact, I think that's what the job of the DA should be, to train people to handle issues, not just simply leave people who aren't sure about what they're doing, or when new laws come into place, come up, just to leave them on their own. But I agree with Councilman Bates. I don't see any reason why this is not the county's role and why the county shouldn't be paying for it. The county is this is one of the poorest sections of the county. There should be no reason why we're subsidizing county officers doing their job. We should go to the county and say, this is the kind of role the kind of service the county should be providing, and it should not be charging local areas for this service. It's their job. So I think that this should be sent back and rediscussed, and somebody should try to negotiate a different kind of arrangement with the county. But I agree with the chief. I think we should try to keep this person working here. The other thing I just wanted to say is that I really object to the way the issue on the last item was handled. That it could have been done during agenda setting, and in which case people could have spoken in open forum. But instead it was contrived so that essentially to keep people from speaking at the city council and challenging the mayor's use of the council and the council agenda to further his political campaign against other council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Regarding this item, I understand the police chief's concerns and request for DA support and training. I also appreciate Vice Mayor's comments, and given our fiscal crisis, I share his concerns that Richmond is the only city paying for this and that the county should be. I fully appreciate that all of you have some very difficult decisions to make regarding both short and long-term budget deficits. Several cities in the Bay Area and California have instituted salary cuts, furloughs, and/or layoffs months ago. All state government workers were also required to take a mandatory 10% pay cut. In Richmond, however, it's my understanding that no city employees had a pay cut, were furloughed, or most unfortunately were laid off. Now that's a good thing. Trust me, I don't want to see that. But I do want to understand why Richmond seems to be the only city that did this. No one wants to see people get laid off, pay cut, any of that. But why should we be exempt when we have a $6 million budget deficit and $666 million in unfunded liabilities? It's also my understanding that some of our unions have still not agreed to any concessions to address the $560 million in unfunded pension and OPEB liabilities that we face and escalates on a daily basis. I am aware of item G11 on tonight's calendar, which summarizes that 3 bargaining units, the RPD, RPMA, and local 188 firefighters, via their Me Too clauses in their MOUs, respectfully agreed to delay a 1% base wage increase until June of 2022. Have any other unions provided a single concession? If a union is refusing to provide any concession, what is the city's plan to address this in a timely manner? With each passing day, our liabilities currently at $660 million and growing. We can't afford anymore to not take immediate action. And I would love to see our union workers all rally around each other and do whatever it takes to support each other, to protect their health and safety by reducing overtime and keeping everyone employed while also addressing our short and long-term budget constraints. I really hope that you will make some movement on this in the very near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ben Terrio. Ben, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Ben Terrio, President of Richmond Police Officers Association. Lisa, I want to correct you. Actually, that was only the Richmond POA that gave up anything and just didn't trigger any raises for anybody else. But I'll get on that in the next item. Anyways, with the community prosecutor, this is a valuable resource that is an addition to, this is not just them, the DA's office doing its regular job. This is something that's an addition to, this is an additional resource to our community. And it is extremely helpful. It's extremely helpful for good and quality policing. That's obviously a hot topic of the day. And it is something that provides direct contributions to our community, where if we were just normal run of the mill, I think all of us know kind of how we all fit in the county scheme. Usually West County and Richmond specifically does not get the extra love that it deserves. And that's a gentle way of me putting it. So this is an extra additional resource and resources for our community, and it's something that has value. As I'll say in the next item, there's definitely some fiscal issues obviously at hand, but some of these things are things that we need to keep in play, and this is one of them that has direct cost benefit that affect our community. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last public speaker.
Mr. Mayor.
That was the last speaker?
Yes.
Yep. Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'd like to make one final comment briefly. One is that the city of Richmond, with our refinery, Chevron, lumber company, and other big businesses, pay probably more taxes to the county than any other city, maybe excluding Concord or Walnut Creek, maybe. But we are up there in the top third of taxes going to the county. And I guarantee you the same service that Richmond getting through that $100,000 or $200,000 previously payment, Walnut Creek, Concord, you can't tell me that the district attorney is not working with those different cities to perfect their arrest reports and so forth. So don't give me that. They're giving the same service to all these other cities, except they're not paying for it. That's my final comment.
Councilmember Willis.
Given everything that I just heard, is this time sensitive at all? Like, is there any way to table it and actually have that negotiation? Because I would have been fine with passing it, because I do agree that this kind of education and analysis is needed. But at the same time, it is kind of concerning that we're paying for this specific resource. So is there any way to negotiate that and say that this is something that the county should just be providing? And how time sensitive is this?
So it's time sensitive, as the attorney is here working in our office and continues to do the job. And so if we're not going to move forward with the contract, then I need to let the district attorney's office know that, so that they could pull their attorney out. But here's the thing, years ago, Chris Magnus was here and we went to a community policing model that truly worked. It reduced crime. It was a system that worked. It provided more safety here in our city. Since he's left, now we've lost close to, 50 officers. We lost 10% of our budget in the last budget cycle, and crime is going up, especially violent crime, yet we're expected to have the same results, and something has to give at some point. This is a benefit. We're trying to do something that's beneficial to our community. I don't think that the other cities are getting the same level of service because they don't have a community prosecutor in their office. They don't have somebody there to help better our reports. They don't have somebody there to specifically look at crime trends here within our city. And so I think that that's what the benefit is. So it's time sensitive, to answer your question, Councilmember Willis.
Okay.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. Anybody else with questions? I think we're ready for a motion, but before we do it, I just want to say that, I'm inclined to support the chief of police on this. I think that she knows what is needed to provide the level of services her office needs to provide. And I also share some of Vice Mayor Bates' concern. I mean, if we can get a motion in a second, I'll support this. But I think that whether it happens or not, I think we should get a delegation. Could be the vice mayor, me, police chief, maybe the city manager, and we go talk to the district attorney and see if we can't get them to take this role over. And maybe we can find a way to get this level of service without having to pay extra for it. But I support go ahead.
If I could just add, so this contract historically has been $200,000. When we were going through the budget crisis and trying to balance our budget, I did go to the district attorney's office and met with the district attorney and reduced this contract by $100,000. So they agreed to take on that other $100,000. So this contract has been already reduced by $100,000. And I also completely agree with everything that's been said. Yes, if we can get these services provided by the county without having to pay, I'm fully on board with that. I don't think that we should have to. But the fact of the matter is that they have their own staffing and budget challenges. And that's just, we will not get the level of service that we do right now by paying for it.
Okay, anybody want to make a motion?
I'll move. I'll make a motion to move this issue.
Is there a second from Johnson?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's call the roll and vote on this, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates?
No.
Councilmember Choi?
I'd like to have a friendly amendment.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
I was muted, so you didn't hear me, but I wanted to make a friendly amendment that that we do get a group of city representatives to approach the county office to discuss the sorts of services that we believe should be given to every city, and that we continue receiving the services that we do for free, because the kind of services that we're getting from that DA, every city should have if they're not already getting it.
Is that okay with the maker of the motion and the seconder?
Not really. It kind of negates the whole motion, so I'm inclined not to.
No, he's saying he supports. He's saying the motion would still authorize the payment, but we do what I suggested, and that is take a delegation out and try to convince the DA to do otherwise. So
And the board of supervisors.
Why don't I check in with before I accept that friendly motion? Why don't I check in with Chief French? Chief French, do you whether or not you feel it's useful, would it do any harm?
I don't think it would do any harm.
All right, I'll accept the friendly motion.
Okay, All right, so we have a motion, a second as amended. Let's do a roll call vote.
Okay, Vice Mayor Bates,
No.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates voting no.
Okay, I believe that takes us to maybe our last item, G10, right?
The next item is item G10. Individuals that would like to make comments on this item, please raise your hand now by selecting the raise hand button. If you are joining us by video, if you're joining us by phone, press the star key plus the 9. After I read the item into the record, the opportunity to request to speak will be closed. Item G10 is to approve the amendment to the standard contract with Stephen Falk to serve as acting city manager of the city of Richmond, maintaining the scope of work and term from October 7th, 2020 to November 7th, 2020, while increasing the contract payment limit to $35,000. And right now we have 4 speakers for this item.
Who took this off the agenda?
This was taken off by Ben Terrio. Yes, Ben Terrio.
By whom?
This was requested to be removed by Ben Terrio, and he went through the proper.
Oh, Ben. Okay, Ben Terrio. Okay.
Okay, Mr.
Right.
Mayor. Mr. Mayor, could
Yes.
I ask the question first? I recall in executive session the circumstances surrounding our city manager. But I don't recall, and I have respect for Mr. Falk, I don't recall a specific amount of money to be provided monthly. Did I miss something, or was I out of the room for a period of time on mute or something? Could someone explain to me how the figure of $35,000 came to be the amount that is being offered?
And Vice Mayor, I would just note we can't disclose, what's just been happening in closed session, but I'm sure staff can go through the contract and explain. I see.
Well, I just want to know, did the council in executive session agree to that amount?
The council is not allowed to agree to such things in executive session, but we're also not allowed to disclose things that have taken place in closed session.
Well, I don't remember voting on it.
Well, the contract is before the council right now.
Yeah, but who made the determination of the $35,000?
That's a contract that's being brought for the council's consideration now. The only contract that's been amended so far was a $10,000 contract under the city manager's purview. But I see that Ms. White is there also to explain.
So I see the staff person in charge here is LaShonda White. Do you want to try to answer that question and comment on this?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. LaShonda White, Acting Deputy City Manager for Internal Services. City Manager Laura Snyman took unexpected leave beginning October 7th through November 7th, and asked Stephen Falk, who has served as the interim city manager from August 2019 through January 2020, to serve as acting city manager in her absence. This item is requesting approval of a contract amendment with Mr. Falk for his continued service as acting city manager. To answer the Vice Mayor's question, the hourly rate was negotiated with Mr. Falk. And so multiply that by the number of hours per day and the number of working days between October 7th and November 7th is where you get the total that is before you for the contract amendment.
Who did the negotiation?
My understanding is between Mr. Falk and the city attorney's office. We received a request, and Mr. Falk can speak to this, but I believe a request was received in terms of an hourly rate, and that's what it was included in the contract.
All right, my last question is this. Mr. Falk was employed with us for several months. what was his monthly salary during the previous period of time where he was employed?
I can speak to that.
Thank you.
I was paid on an hourly basis during my time here before, and I'm continuing to be paid on an hourly basis during this go round.
Okay.
And the budget figure for 35,000, I would just tell you my hourly rate is $200 an hour times 8 hours a day would be $1,600 a day, and I'm expected to be here for about 20 days. So 1,600 times 20 days would be 32,000. And so that's how we got to the budget of 35,000. It might, we just in case there was a few hours of overtime like this evening. I will tell you that thus far I've not been billing at 8 hours a day. It's been more like 6. So I think I'm going to come in pretty well below the maximum amount on the contract.
Well, I appreciate your information, and I'm not opposed to your being acting city manager anyway, but I don't like the idea that someone negotiate on my behalf and gonna tell me how much to pay you without us doing it in executive session, and we never did it. So there's no disrespect to you, Mr. Falk. Thank you very much.
So when you were previously hired, I'm sorry, when you were previously hired, was it also at $200 an hour?
I'd have to go back and look. I believe so, but it may have been slightly lower than that. I can pull out the old contract if you'd like.
I believe it was a slightly lower rate, maybe at $175 an hour.
And how would you feel if we hired you back at the same price as you were hired previously?
Well, so there's a market rate for this kind of work. Henry Gardner, for instance, when he was here, charged $250 an hour. So I'm already low compared to kind of what the market is, and I'm doing this because I really like Richmond a lot. So I don't view that as something I'd be willing to do.
Well, we were just hoping that you would love Richmond a little more.
Appreciate that.
That's a bargain compared to what we pay those fat cat lawyers. Okay, other questions from council members? Councilor Mark?
I don't have a question, but I do want to say I appreciate and share some of the concerns of council members Bates and Martinez, just in that, you know, we talked about this. We talked about why this was the right thing to do. I think we were all in agreement that you were the right person. But yeah, we didn't talk about what the cost was in 1 month, you know. So anyway, I just share that. That doesn't mean I'm going to vote against it or anything, but I just, you know, it is concerning, and I do share those concerns.
Well, it all kind of happened in a hurry, you know. Okay, so why don't you call the public speakers?
Yes, we have 4 public speakers.
Okay, first speaker is Ben Terrio. Ben, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association, resident city of Richmond. Mr. Falk, I know we know each other, and this definitely has nothing to do with you. So please don't take it in that way. You're obviously well qualified, good steward, but you're not here. Obviously, you're asking and rewarding yourself a contract. Tonight, as you observed, the POA signed with the city an agreement to save the city $1.6 million. City said it needed financial help, and we rose to the occasion. And I want you to remember that as a foundation. Our current city manager on leave, that happens. It's quick and temporary. But this is why we did a reorganization at the beginning of this year. So why is this contract necessary? City manager Snyman is still the CM. Why can't one of our deputy CMs run things in her absence? How are deputy city manager Sasha Curl and deputy manager LaShonda White, whom I will remind you are women of color and are qualified to have connections and have quality connections to the city, how are they going to gain the experience to do so? And both of them have connections by either living here or born and raised here. How are these women supposed to get that experience? and provide recommendation to policymakers or have the ability to make these administrative decisions. That was the entire point of the reorg. And it's very commonplace for moving lower level classifications into an enacting capacity. It happens in the city all the time. But this is exactly why this city did a reorg. And the irony of that reorg and all the issues of this item is that it was Mr. Falk who oversaw the entire process of the reorg, and the deputy city managers who were created in it, but are not allowed to do their job in temporary absence of the manager. The worst part is the amount listed. $35K a month is way over top step for the city manager, who herself is only currently making $23K. That's $12K over. So again, why do we need someone extra for additional costs to the city when we have lots of financial problems? There's nothing but concessions and asks that are being made of the labor in this city. And the city consistently loses credibility when the bargaining units expose this type of hypocrisy. It's inconsistent messaging at best, and incompetence at its worst. You're asking people to do a lot and you're making a lot of cuts, but you're not being responsible.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Your next speaker is Sean Stahlbaum. Sean, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. Sean Stahlbaum with IFPT Local 21, representing about 150 city workers. I share a lot of the sentiments that were just expressed by Ben Terrio. And this is not personal in any way. Mr. Falk conducted himself very well as the interim CM, is very dedicated. I think on behalf of all of our members, we appreciated what he did for the city and the expertise he brought to the city when he was here. Having said that, the city bargaining units have been asked for nothing but cuts for a long, long time. And to respond to one of the prior callers this evening, what have we conceded? 6 years of no cost of living adjustments in the city of Richmond for all of its general employees. That's an 18% loss to the cost of living in the Bay Area. City staff has shrunk 30% since the Great Recession. That means our members are doing more and more work as demands for services go up, but city staff is shrinking. We've frozen positions. The city can't recruit and retain. Workload demands keep growing. And the biggest concern with this proposed contract is the message that it's sending to the workers about the city's priorities. Like was expressed earlier, the city has a dedicated city manager. The city has qualified deputy city managers who can help fill in during a routine absence, right? The payment amount is exorbitant, especially when workers are working in this situation where they're just facing cuts. How can the city justify this at a time they're claiming fiscal crisis and imposing cuts to fire services, RPOA, and on all the bargaining groups? It just doesn't make sense. We appreciate you revisiting it.
Thank you.
Well, I have a question for the speaker, and maybe for the previous speaker too. So, I understand all your I understand all your complaints and everything, but what are you suggesting? The city council decided to bring Mr. Falk in an emergency, in closed session, and the city manager used his or her discretionary salary to pay him for the work he's done to date. So here we are, we're 2 weeks and a few days away from the time that our city manager Sneidman is supposed to be back. What are you all suggesting? You're going to dump him tonight and put somebody else in there for a couple of weeks? What are you complaining about? What do you want to do? Do you want to pay him less money? Do you want to get rid of him? Do you want him not to show up tomorrow and somebody else runs the city for the next 2 weeks? What is it you guys want?
Well, quit complaining. And tell us what your solution is. I would say, since you asked, the solution that I would propose is really one moving forward. What's done is done. But I'm asking you and the council and the city to realize that there's a trend developing of bringing back interim employees at very high levels in the city on consulting bases. And that means the city's double paying for very high level positions, at a time when it's also imposing cuts on workers and saying that there's a fiscal crisis. So I'm asking
what do you want us to do now, Sean?
So what I'm asking is stop bringing back folks on these consulting contracts and rely on the staff you have to help manage the city.
Okay, thank you.
That's my ask. Thank you.
In the future. Okay, next speaker.
I'll let Ben respond as well. Ben, are you there? Go ahead.
Mayor, it's simple. We have, quite frankly, it happens all the time in our city. I do it a lot as well because we have vacancies. People, you act at a higher class, and we have people who are qualified people. Mr. Falk, to his credit, again, this has nothing to do with Mr. Falk personally, set up this reorg so that we would be. This is what would occur. You would have people who work at a lower classification. We have 2 deputy city managers. Let them do the job, and it's good experience for them. And if they can't do it, they can't do it. But I think they can. I mean, why else would they be in that position? And it's safe.
Ben, you're here to answer my question. What's your solution? What do you want us to do for the next 2 weeks?
That's our suggestion. It's obviously you got to do something. You have to do what you have to do in an emergency. We all understand that, and it is what it is. But why did we create this reorg, and why did we create deputy positions to do an acting capacity? What did we do that for them? It's just that's what what raises the questions, and that's all anyone's really asking.
All right, you're not suggesting that we dump him right now, right? Okay, all right, next speaker.
Okay. Phone number ending in 0188. Please state your name. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Hello.
Hello. Eleanor Thompson. And I wanted to speak because I saw that we were hiring an acting city manager, and Ben and the other person has already said pretty much what I was going to say. That money could be used to keep our fire department fully staffed. And as they said, we have 2 deputy assistant city managers. And if they wasn't qualified, then there's no purpose to have deputy assistant assistant managers if they're not qualified to fill in when she's not there. Right now, we have high crime starting up. And who do they call? The first people they call is our fire department because they are the first responders. So therefore, I would ask you not to get rid of any of our fire stations. If you do that, our community will suffer because it'll take longer for the fire department to get to us, especially in the Iron Triangle in North Richmond. So therefore, I ask you to fully staff our fire department and let our assistant city managers handle some of this load. And did you say don't hire, let acting manager Faulkner go? I would say yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I agree with the previous speakers also, but I would go one step further and just simply say, yes, if we can legally terminate his work tomorrow, it should be terminated tomorrow, and we should rely on our assistant city managers. It makes no, forgetting even about the money, it makes no sense that when you have somebody that's out for a month, that you bring in somebody from outside rather than relying on people who know what's going on and can provide that kind of continuity and provide continuity into the next period too, when the city manager comes back and needs to adjust. Then if you add to that the money question and what that signals to people, it's my position that we are paying way, way too much anyway for the highest levels in the city. And this would be an opportunity for us to begin to cut some of that so that we have money for the people who are actually dealing with the community and providing the services, whether they're fire, library, or parks and recreation. So my proposal to you would be that you simply terminate his contract as of tomorrow, pay him what we owe him because you've made the deal, and then we run it the way we should run it, with the assistants taking over. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Okay, any final questions or discussion from council members, or do we have a motion?
I have a question of clarity, because I do share the concerns. I do share the concerns of the speakers too, but it was mentioned that the city manager is paying Falk out of her discretionary fund, correct?
Up until now.
Until now? Okay, and then, go ahead.
I was just saying, the funding for his contract is coming out of the city manager's office budget. And I believe what was being referred to is the fact that the city manager has authority up to $10,000. And so that is what Mr. Falk is, the original contract that we have is $10,000. The amendment is what is before you.
And what is the, I mean, and people do have a point. We've been going around asking folks for concessions, and then I understand, too, emergencies come up. But what is the overall fiscal impact of what that's going to do to us moving forward, even with this $35,000 contract?
So as stated, the $35,000 will be absorbed within the city manager's office existing budget.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, I think this is just a conversation that we're going to need to have with our city manager when things, get back to normal and she comes back to actually lay down and talk about a process on what do we do when she's absent, and if there's anybody competent in her office enough to actually do the work, which I believe that there definitely is. But yeah, I mean, being in a fiscal crisis and all the questions that we're asking for other people, it doesn't send a good message at all. And I absolutely have no problem with Mr. Falk right now. So I'm okay with rolling with this for tonight because it is going to be absorbed into the city manager's department and budget. However, it is opening up a conversation on what is that process every time if there's a moment where the city manager needs to take a leave, then what is the process and mechanism? Because there are a lot of valid points that have been made around what we have done up until this point. So those will be my comments for now. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I share Councilmember Willis's position. I don't think staff has the authority to do and negotiate a contract. They can recommend a contract later on, but we should be involved in the mayor at least. I don't know if you involved, Tom, or not, but the mayor of all people should be part of the negotiating process. But I'll make a motion that we approve the requested financial contributions to Mr. Falk and move on.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Bates, second by Willis. Let's vote.
Vice Mayor Bates?
But you gave away $100,000 a DA. At least we can give $35 to Mr. Falk. Yes.
Councilmember Choi?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Muted again.
Unmute.
Councilmember Martinez?
Clarification, all of this money is coming out of this city manager's budget, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just wish that acting manager Stephen Falk loved the city a little more, but yes.
Councilmember Myrick?
Yeah, I have the same concern. I guess I'll go with it. Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Only because it's coming from the city manager's budget. Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our last item is item J, and that's a report of officers, referrals to staff, including general reports, AB 1234 reports.
Anybody have any reports?
I've got adjournment, Mr. Mayor. When it's
Okay,
Mr. Mayor,
well, let's see if we got reports and we'll do the adjournment. Okay, who's got it?
I had a report, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I had requested that I be signed up on an open forum, but for technical reason, I were not able to get a couple minutes to have something to say. So would you prefer I do it now, or wait until we get to the end of the complete end of the meeting?
I prefer you do it now. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I have been bombarded with complaints about how filthy this city is, all the way in Carson, downtown, and throughout the city. Complaints, and I don't know if other council members are receiving the same complaints, but I think we need a comprehensive program of cleanup in terms of how we're gonna make this city beautiful again. Now, my last comment is a little bit personal. I have been a voter all of my life except the time that I was in Korea. I never missed an election. And I want the citizens of Richmond to understand this election is critical, but more important, as citizens of this community, this is the one and only time you are going to be equal to the richest people in the world, like Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Warren Buffett. Their vote count no more than yours. And we ought to exercise that right to vote. Because again, this is the only time in our life that we will be equal to the richest and the most famous people in the world. So please go out and vote. Thank you.
Well said. Okay, who else had a hand up? Councilmember Johnson, did I see your hand up earlier?
It's not a report. It's a happy birthday shout out. Because I know she watches these meetings so often, I wanted to make sure that we gave a happy birthday shout out to our Senator Harris. Today is her birthday, and I know she watches these meetings so regularly. We had to acknowledge today.
Because she's got so much time on her hands right now.
Yeah, I mean, she catches the replays on YouTube.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, Councilmember Mark, you want to do your memorial?
Thank you. So I want to do an adjournment in memory for, I want to get the name right, Elijah Thornton, longtime Richmond resident, longtime community member. He was actually I think a security guard at some entertainment venues, passed away very unexpectedly on October 15th. And so in honor of him and with condolences to his family and appreciation to all that he gave to the community, I wanted to adjourn the meeting in memory of Elijah Thornton, who they call OJ, the security, OJ.
I knew Elijah Wan. He was actually at the May Valley Richmond Rec Center for a while. I didn't know he passed away.
Yeah, just this past week.
Okay, anyone else? Anything else? Going once, going twice? Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
At 9:59. Thank you.